And they're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Renewed the blue. 1 of 3 setting out for the lead. Probably Flattery and Mr. Sugar Daddy the other two. And then it's True Violence trying to advance up the inside fourth. A length and a half off the lead. Connect the Brox and Rideshare are at the back, but only 3 lengths from top to bottom. One big cluster as they race the half-mile pole. Probably Flattery has the lead. Mr. Sugar Daddy 3 wide. True Violence at the fence. Renew the blue stalks in fourth, about 3 lengths off the lead. A length and a half back to Rideshare to the outside of Connect the Brox. Those two at the back. About 3 furlongs to go in this race. True Violence, Probably Flattery, Mr. Sugar Daddy. Mr. Sugar Daddy 3 wide, sticks the head in front. Probably Flattery, Blue Blinkers second. True Violence, White Blinkers now losing a little bit of position in third. Renew the Blues. The Blues shaking up in fourth, and it's Connect the Brox and Rideshare, and they're in upper stretch. It's Mr. Sugar Daddy who's homeward bound, has the lead by a neck. Probably Flattery's battles on as well as True Violence. Renew the Blue outside fourth, 16th to go. Mr. Sugar Daddy still with the advantage close to home. True Violence and Probably Flattery. Here comes the winning line. Close. I thought Mr. Sugar Daddy got a good head bob. That's a photo with Probably Flattery. Then it was They're all in the gate, and they're off. Step tardy, Pippa's Song. It's Photo ID who accelerates out for the front end. She's a Goddess up the inside in second. Blue Set far outside of that middle cluster. Now losing second to Scarlet Queen. At the back, that's Pippa's Song who spots the leader about 13 lengths up the backstretch. They run to the half-mile pole. Photo ID, Scarlet Queen first and second. Then a length and a half back to She's a Goddess. Red Silks in third to the inside of Blue Set. And then a space of about 11 lengths to Pippa's Song who's at the tail of the field. First quarter mile, 23 and 4/5, 3 furlongs for the winning line. Photo ID and Scarlet Queen joined by Blue Set on the 3 wide side. It's She's a Goddess drafting behind Phillies in fourth, and still many lengths back to Pippa's Song at the back as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Blue Set takes over the lead. Blue Set opens up by a length and a half over Scarlet Queen. Photo ID one paced as She's a Goddess on the outside up into third, 5 lengths off the lead of Blue Set. Blue Set runs down to deep stretch in front by 3 over Scarlet Queen, and She's a Goddess. It's Blue Set in front. Scarlet Queen second, She's a Goddess third, Photo ID fourth. For Ember Rewards members to participate, winner takes home $1,000. Top 3 finishers get prize money. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. And they're off. Great start for Tamaki, who jets out for the lead. Fashionable Kitty has inside position, and those are the 2 quickest early on. Esther's Salad rates in third, and then in fourth, that is Cozy Magic. Jessica's Race behind her in fifth, and is to the inside of IMEV, who's at the back of the pack and about 9 lengths off the lead. Fashionable Kitty and Rohina on the front end has the lead by 3.5 lengths. Tamaki stalks in second. Esther's Salad, Yellow Camp outside in third, won by Perez. Then 2 lengths back to Cozy Magic in the fourth spot. A space of 4 to Jessica's Race, still to the inside of IMEV. Those 2 at the back and about 8.5 lengths off the lead. First quarter mile, 24 and 3/5. They run to the half-mile pole. Fashionable Kitty has the lead by 2. Esther's Salad and Tamaki in pursuit second and third. Then 3 lengths back to Cozy Magic in fourth. Another 2.5 lengths to IMEV to the outside, and Jessica's Race trails. The half was in 48 and 3/5, less than 3 furlongs to go. Fashionable Kitty on top by 3 parts of a length. Esther's Salad comes to engage outside in second. Tamaki ridden along in third. Cozy Magic outside fourth, now up into third, but deep on the course. Second last IMEV as they turn into the stretch. Esther's Salad takes over. Esther's Salad with 3/16 to go, lunks in there. Fashionable Kitty is in second. Outside of Cozy Magic, who's closing in with each and every stride as they run to the 16th pole. Esther's Salad leads by a length over Cozy Magic on the outside second. Esther's Salad, Cozy Magic. It's Cozy Magic winning over Esther's Salad. Then it was Fashionable Kitty, $10. Dime Super, $6 even. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Tis Improbable, and the 5, Cha-Cha Mill. And they're off. Breaking a little bit left at the start, Lenny's Way, who's last. It's Hip Hop Dancer and Find Me a Prince who send out for the lead. Serena Fly will make it 3 across the track early on. Lenny's Way is already out of last and is to the inside of Tavern Talk, who's about 8 lengths off the lead at the back. It's Hip Hop Dancer on top. The lead's a length and a half over Find Me a Prince, who rates outside second. A similar margin to Serena Fly in the third spot, and then a margin of 2 to Tavern Talk, who's to the outside of Lenny's Way at the back, and now only about 5 lengths from top to bottom as they race up the backstretch. First quarter mile, 24 4/5, and it's Hip Hop Dancer, who's doling out the fractions, leading by 3 parts of a length. Find Me a Prince outside second. Serena Fly 3 wide third, a length and a half off the lead. The opening half in 49 4/5. Tavern Talk is in fourth, then about 7 lengths to Lenny's Way, who's at the back of the pack. 3 furlongs to the winning line. Hip Hop Dancer, Serena Fly first and second. Find Me a Prince races in third and about 3 lengths off the lead. Then about 9 lengths back to Tavern Talk in fourth, and Lenny's Way trails as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Hip Hop Dancer and Serena Fly, they're clear by 5. Over Find Me a Prince in third, they've got 1 furlong to go. It's Hip Hop Dancer towards the rail. Serena Fly pressing to the outside second. Serena Fly trying to get to Hip Hop Dancer. Hip Hop Dancer, Serena Fly, head and head. Here comes the winning line. Hip Hop Dancer over Serena Fly. Then it was Find Me a Prince and 10 cents. Pick 3, $20.78. Once again, let's take a look at the head-on shot. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Jackson Avenue who blazes out for the lead. Numerics on the outside in second. And then it's Troubled Luck towards the inside third, now up into second. Only in My Dreams, tugging at the jockey up into third. Numeric fourth. Dream on Cara and Tumbles fifth and sixth. Then about 7 lengths to Practical Rachel, who's at the back of the pack. Jackson Avenue on top by 3 with a half mile to go. Troubled Luck, the nearest pursuer, in second. Only in My Dreams in third, to the inside of Numeric in fourth. Dream on Cara ranging up nicely on the outside in fifth is Dream on Cara, going from mid-pack up into third, 4 lengths off the lead, and Dream on Cara making a nice bid on the turn. Second last Tumbles, and Practical Rachel draws closer at the back of the pack, but will have to negotiate some traffic as they reach the top of the stretch. Troubled Luck and Dream on Cara on the outside. Jackson Avenue battles on at the fence. Many lengths back to Practical Rachel in fourth. They got 1 furlong to go. Troubled Luck doggedly along the inside. Dream on Cara outside. Dream on Cara and Troubled Luck. Dream on Cara, Troubled Luck, head and head. Here comes the winning line. Dream on Cara wins over Troubled Luck. Practical Rachel third. $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers get money. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Just got to be an Ember. And they're off. Decent start. It's Ava's Uncle Billy who's edging out for the lead. John the Baptist counters up the inside. And then it's Merciless Annihilator and Bolt to Run as Ava's Uncle Billy is spun out 4 wide on that first turn. Prophetic is in fifth, and 4 lengths to St. James, who is at the rear. As they circle around the first turn and transition to the backstretch. John the Baptist on the engine. The lead's 2 lengths. Over Bolt to Run, outside second. Ava's Uncle Billy's in third. Merciless Annihilator towards the inside, now up into a joint third, 3 lengths off the lead. 4 lengths to Prophetic, who's about 2 lengths in front of St. James at the back. First quarter, 24 2/5. John the Baptist up the backstretch has a lead by a couple of lengths over Merciless Annihilators up the inside, punching through at the fence in second. Ava's Uncle Billy in the clear in third. Bolt to Run shuffled fourth. 2 lengths to Prophetic outside in fifth, and St. James at the back, but only about 5 lengths off the lead. 2.5 furlongs to go. John the Baptist taken on by Ava's Uncle Billy. It's Prophetic who's circling up on the outside, up in the second, the green blinkers. St. James up into fourth as Merciless Annihilator shuffle back a little bit. Bolt to Run trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Ava's Uncle Billy is homeward bound. On top by a half length over Prophetic, who tackles on the outside, and Prophetic is able to push on by Ava's Uncle Billy in mid-stretch. Third place, St. James. They come down to the finish. It's Prophetic. Prophetic leads by a length and a half in the end. Ava's Uncle Billy second. St. James third. Bolt to Run fourth. They're all in the gates. And they're off. It's Pandemic Hero, who's barreling out for the lead. Rockin' Money outside second. Skytown emerges third. Arches Assault in fourth. Mission Critical buried towards the inside in fifth. 6.5, 7 lengths off the lead. In a space of 2, the Speedster is off the inside of the tail of the field. They run to the half-mile pole. Pandemic Hero has the lead by just about a length. Rockin' Money prompting outside second. First quarter mile, 23 seconds. Arches Assault stalks in third to the inside of Skytown fourth. Mission Critical 3 wide in fifth, and Speedster inside of him at the back, but only about 5 from top to bottom, 2.5 furlongs to go. Rockin' Money takes over. Skytown comes to confront on the outside. Arches Assault needs some racing room as it's Mission Critical who will loop up to the far outside, and Speedster's at the tail of the field as they have 3/16 to go, and it's Skytown now striking the front. Mission Critical's on the outside. Speedster's in about the 2 path. Rockin' Money's not going away. 4 chances here, 16th to go. Mission Critical on the far outside, now striking the front, going with Rockin' Money, and it's Mission Critical who defeats Rockin' Money. Then it was Speedster and Skytown. 4 p.m. And they're off. No one really wants the lead. Everyone's lining up for it, though. Retail Man 4 wide going out for the lead. Ice Time is in the 3 path. Mad Magic will be 2 wide as Oxford Daughters gets the pinch along the inside as Retail Man was able to cross and clear. Retail Man has the lead by 2 lengths. OP Firecracker second. Here comes Catch the Smoke from last up into third. Oxford Daughters towards the inside fourth, and it's Mad Magic in second last, and Ice Time now trails the field and about 6 lengths off the lead. That lead being set by Retail Man, who has the lead by 2. Over the gray, Catch the Smoke outside second. OP Firecracker, red blinkers towards the inside in third. And then in fourth, that is Ice Time. Mad Magic's in second last at about 7.5 lengths off the lead. And Socks for Daughters is at the tail of the field. Half mile to go in the nightcap. Retail Man leads by 2 over Catch the Smoke. The opening half in 49 1/5. OP Firecracker within striking range in third, 4 lengths off the lead. Ice Time outside of him. Then 3 lengths to Mad Magic, who's 6 in front of Socks for Daughters. Midway on the far turn, Retail Man, Catch the Smoke to the outside, ratcheting up the pressure. And then in third, that is Ice Time, followed up by OP Firecracker, who at this point in time, 1 paced in fourth. Mad Magic outside fifth as they turn into the stretch. Catch the Smoke takes over. Catch the Smoke, Retail Man battles on in second. Ice Time is in third, 3 lengths off the lead. They run to the 16th pole. Catch the Smoke leads by a length and a half. Here's Ice Time. Ice Time with a burst of energy, able to pass Catch the Smoke in the last 70 yards. Retail Man third. Then it was Mad Magic. Next live racing day tomorrow. First post 12. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. Got about 54 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race, there are no changes in the opener. Race number 2. Jockey change on number 5, Lago di Como, John Barrios. John Barrios on number 2, Lago di Como. Race number 3. Do you have a scratch? Scratch number 5, Mia Nipotina. Mia Nipotina, scratch from the 3rd. 4th race. No changes. No changes in race 4. Race number 5, do you have a scratch? Scratch number 5, Stella Brown. Number 5, Stella Brown, a scratch from the 5th. Race number 6. We have a scratch of the 5, Irish Jackson. Number 5, Irish Jackson is a late scratch from race number 6. Race 7, scratch number 1, Jake's Orchard. Number 1, Jake's Orchard to scratch from the 7th race. And the 8th and final, scratch number 6, Captain of My Heart. Number 6, Captain of My Heart, a scratch from the 8th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Don't forget, next Monday, July 27th, free handicapping challenge for those of you on track at Finger Lakes. Winner takes home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers get prize money. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Just have to be an Ember Rewards member to participate, and that's free to join. Got about 52 minutes to race number 1 here at Finger Lakes. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
Hey, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, and we're going to complete the racing week with this Wednesday card. Been a pretty good one. Had a lot of close finishes in these races the last couple of days. Yesterday, probably like 3 or 4 nose finishes. The day before, same thing. So it's been some exciting finishes in some of the races. That always adds to the appeal of playing live thoroughbred action here at the racetrack. Now, we do have a handicapping contest. So you have a little more stake, not just playing with money. You can play a contest for fun. $2,000 handicapping contest. Get your share of that. Man, wish I could enter. It'd be a lot of fun. It's the live one, so it's 5 points for first, 3 points for second, 1 point for third. We're bringing it back because of popular demand. Probably Jason Gilforty kept calling, trying to get us this handicapping contest back. And same thing with Rodney the Mailman. He said we got to get this thing going again. And by popular demand, here we are with another handicapping contest on Monday. Good luck in that. Looking back on yesterday, Oscar Gomez and Andre Worry both had multiple wins. They each had 2 wins on the card. Oscar with his aggressive style, and of course Andre off to a very good start. He's close with Koa. Him and Koa are just having a great jockey race, and I think it'll continue for the whole season. Both of them riding at a high level. Cole has really picked it up as of late, and Andre's been consistent all year winning races. So, got to keep an eye on that. And it's going to be a good battle throughout the season. So we have one of our jockeys. I think it's Sophia Vivas. I think she's riding at Fort Erie today. I don't know if we take Fort Erie or not, but she's looking. I think she's like 7 for 7, a perfect 7 for 7 when riding at Fort Erie, and she's got another mount today. Good luck to her, setting a record out there. Needs to come back here and ride some of these horses. We start off with the first race, an 11-9 claimer, non-winners of a race since the date, or never won 4. It goes 5.5 furlongs. It did get a pretty good field. You got former stakes winner Ladies Golden Guy, consistent money earner Doc Advantage, has been against some tough competition. Paint the Lines in pretty good form right now. Stars and Stones takes a drop. Charging Arrow probably needed a race and now coming up off the claim. The other one that really doesn't play is Give Me the Money. I mean, so technically it's like a 5-horse field, as that one just doesn't play. But the other ones do, and it should be a good race. And with these drop downs especially, especially with Ladies Golden Guy. I mean, he's the morning line favorite, probably will be the favorite in here. Just, what do you do with this horse? His recent form isn't that good, and I don't remember this horse being in for a tag. So this might be the first time for Ladies Golden Guy, at least maybe early in his career he was. I just don't remember him running for a tag, and that's big. He made a lot of starts. If he did run for a tag, it's probably like a 30,000 or higher tag, not 11 and 9. Or he's one of those optional claimers. Maybe he was in for the tag. The thing is, does he have one more in the tank? He usually runs well fresh. Usually the first start of the season, Ladies Golden Guy wins. It's almost like it's the George Barker Stakes prep race, and it's generally a 5 furlong race that we run every year. And Ladies Golden Guy usually wins it. This year he didn't. But who did he run into? I know it was a Next Style winner. I mean, Squire Creek was in there. Yeah, those are good horses. That was his best race when he ran fresh. Now he's the inside speed here. He's going to try to get the jump on these, and if inside speed's good and he does have one left in the tank, he's going to be tough dropping in for an 11-9 tag. I mean, it's almost like now or never. I think it's a scary drop, the fact that they're putting the horse in for 11. It's almost like you're giving up on Ladies Golden Guy. He's getting a little older. He's not the same horse, but last year, technically, he's a stakes winner. He won the George Barker. He finished second in the George Barker and then got a later DQ that gave him the stakes win. Obvious player, but I took a shot against. Now, Doc Advantage hits the board a lot, gets a lot of seconds, but a lot of those seconds and thirds are against some good allowance horses. Now he's running for 11 and 9. Was in for the waiver claim and stays in for 11. Ran second to Coin Jar. It was a paceless race. I mean, Coin Jar is too good on the front end, and the speed was good. There was no pace, and Doc Advantage didn't break all that sharp either. So you can really forgive the effort. Emerald Forest ran a huge race. I mean, what did he go, 104 and change that day? So he comes out of 2 well-graded races at the 11 and 9 level. So he stays at 11 and 9. And again, it's a good race because of the presence of Ladies Golden Guy and even Charging Arrow with a back class. But I'm going to take a shot at Doc Advantage. He's probably going to be first or second in here. I'm just hoping it's going to be first. Yeah, Charging Arrow. He's 6-1 morning line. What do you do with this horse? I mean, obviously, you go back in time to last spring and before that, this horse beats these. Classy horse. Probably bred to go longer than 5.5, but he was off a long layoff last time. They put him in for 4. Like the fact, they took a shot at claiming the horse and not moving him up to 5 because he could move up to 5. They decided moving up all the way to 11 and 9, so they must like what they see with Charging Arrow, that he's going to improve off of that race that he had last time off of that long layoff, and he's likely to improve. You would think that he'd need a race and he barely got up to be 4,000. So you got to expect him to improve off of that race, and maybe just maybe he could beat these 11 and 9s if he could find himself back into the form that he was last spring and winter before that long layoff. And I think this horse, if he gets 6-1, it's really good value. Looking right now, he's second choice at 2-1. Yeah, Lays Golden Guy is going to be the favorite. He's 9-5. Stars and Stones is another one that drops, but he's just a slight drop down. And he's more of an underneath horse anyway, with 9 seconds. Kind of like Doc Advantage. Doc Advantage is what, like 13 seconds out of his many starts? Always right there. And would expect him to be again today. And maybe he can, against these horses, get his nose in front. But I think the key to the race is how good is Ladies Golden Guy right now? Does that one have another one in the tank? We'll find out in race number 1. Okay, we go a flat mile for race number 2. Probably one of the more fun race distances here, Finger Lakes. If you're here at the track watching live, why wouldn't you be? You just come right outside and you see the horses break from the gate, because we do have the mile oval. It's just a great vibe here when we do the mile 70 yard races. And I can narrow this one down. I mean, can't you? It looks like a 2-horse race on paper, and it should be. And, Plex was unlucky, got DQ'd, so stayed in the maiden condition, and really got compromised at the start last time, cost him any chance. I guess that's the scary part, is you got to hope that the horse gets out better. They are going to try adding blinkers. I think the horses run with blinkers before. It's been a while, so not sure if this is going to work or not. I think he's going to be tough regardless against this field. Really, you look at the rest of the field, his last race without blinkers, with all the trouble, even finishing 4th, is better than the rest of them, with the exception of Broken Record. And Broken Record does look like the main threat. His form isn't that good, but he's dropping significantly out of maiden special weight races to face these 5s. Now the question is, did he even belong in those special weight races? He was running against restricted 2-year-olds last year and running okay. They added Lasix last time, and Rein It In did a good time. And that one thing with the last race, it was a pretty good inside speed day. Actually, a really good inside speed day. That Shake It for the Bird was the one that was trying to take advantage of the speed bias. Almost took him all the way, but Rein It In just proved much the best and still ran down a lone speed on a speed favoring track. So he just ran a big race, and he's a good horse. The rest of them are against the racetrack and wouldn't expect much from him. But with the class relief for Broken Record, dropping all the way to 5,000 with the excuse of being against the racetrack last time, he looks like the main threat. I really think you can get by with only using these 2 horses if you're playing pick 5, talking about Plex and Broken Record. And it looks like an easy exacta box on paper. Doesn't always end up that way. Usually when it looks like that, it's too good to be true. Something will happen to split the 2 of them up. But it looks like, the morning line's got it right too. Plex 7-5, Broken Record 9-5. That's probably what they're going to be, like 3-5, 6-5 type thing. And the rest of the field's going to be long shots. So I don't blame anybody for maybe either trying to split them up or get a long shot for 3rd to add a little value if they run 1-2, which looks like they're going to. And that's what I'm going to do in this race. I didn't really like anybody for 3rd. None of these horses that are left are as good as Plex or Broken Record. And I don't know what to expect from the firster, Lago de Como. The fact that they already did a rider change with no double mount, and is not the most positive sign. Roll the Soul hasn't shown much, and I don't know if he's got much route breeding. Does have Salamini. I'm going to use King Royal for 3rd for the long shot. Why not? You got Jackie got familiar with the horse by riding King Royal last time. Obviously wasn't competitive against a tougher $5,000 field. It gets easier, especially when they stretch out. The route races for 5,000 are usually easier than the sprints. We haven't run that many of them. Ran once going a mile, and he didn't fire at all. His best race was the race before at 6 furlongs when he ran 4th. If he could repeat that effort going a mile, he could be awfully tough. And the other question is going to be tactics. I would think just save ground, hit the board. Plex looks like he's probably the speed from the two post, and maybe Roll of the Soul would be the other one to show speed stretching out. And King Royal does have a chance to at least sit a trip and maybe hang around to be third. Maybe you could split the 2 and 4 up with. I don't know. It's hard to go against those two as far as what it looks like on paper, as far as like a 2-horse race. It really looks that way. Kind of like probably one. It's funny because we had a small field for the New York Derby. It's probably one of the best New York Derbies that we've had recently, as far as just great stretch duel. Sometimes you get those races, even though, okay, these two lay over the rest of the field, sometimes you get a great race between those two, and maybe that'll be the case. You won't see a better stretch duel, a more exciting stretch duel than the New York Derby. I mean, the crowd was going crazy. They were shoulder and shoulder all the way down the stretch. It was a fun race. All right, third race, we scratched the 5, Mia Nipotina. Like the second race, where you can narrow it down to 2 horses. This one almost looks that way, too. You got the speed of Light Pond Law and probably the best horse in That's Funny. The key to the race will be the pace. If Light Pond Law is able to get out there easy, they might not catch her. If somebody goes with her, like Mommy Joe Dreams, who's stretching out, I think That's Funny is going to be the winner. And I'm thinking that anyway. That's Funny's been against far better competition than what she'll face here. She just won going a mile against the 17.5s. That race is good enough to win here. Question is she going to get that kind of trip? And again, the key to the race would be how easy Light Pond Law has it on the front end. A little more turf breeding for this horse. Surprised they haven't tried this horse more on the turf. Does have the 1 start on the turf. Actually, she ran pretty good. Not sure why they didn't go back to the turf when she was in New York and in Saratoga. Interesting. I'd like to see her go to Saratoga on the turf. I think she'll win. But the Dam's Half to Loon Cry, who was a multiple stakes winner on the turf. This is a practical joke. She should be awfully tough in here. I got her on top. Turf, dirt, whatever the surface, she's got more class than these. But Light Pond Law could pull off the upset if she's able to dictate the tempo. She's actually a slight drop down. Drop it from the 1 state bred against Katie King and Equinox. Either one of those horses would be favored against this field. Equinox probably needed a start. That was his first start off the layoff. And Katie King looked professional in her victory. It was a tough race that Light Pond Law comes out of. And she stays going a mile. That was her first mile of the season. Now, headed between which Buckley horse do you want for third? Both of them have a chance to be third in here. Maybe even split up the 2 for second. I'm wondering if Turn Up the Music might be on the improve. She looked good off the layoff, winning for 5,000. I know it was 5,000, but it was her first start off the layoff, and she drew away from that field, but included old Mrs. Maisel, who's a legitimate horse at the level. Last race didn't go as well against Katie King and Equinox. Same race as Light Pond Law. She just lost any kind of interest after a wide trip. I don't think she'll be as wide today. I think she can sit a nice trip. Kevin Navarro's been riding well with his patient rides with the trip. Just didn't get the trip last time. I use her for third. But I could just as well use Mommy Joe Dreams if that one just kind of tracks with Light Pond Law and hangs around. It's either one in race number 3. It's just that simple. Fourth race, non-winners of a race since the date for fillies and mares. It's 9 hours of a race in a year, going 6 furlongs. I always say these are some of the toughest races when we run bottom 4s, below bottom 4s, where we've gotten some prices. These are the races that we do get the prices in throughout the season. With that said, taking a shot at the second choice in your morning lineup, I don't like the fact that Dulce Sarah is 2 for 60 something in her career. She doesn't like to win, obviously. 2 for 61. I do not like taking horses that are 2 for 61 on top. Of course, that's exactly what I did last time. She ran like you'd expect her to run. Underneath, flattening out with her rally. That's why she's 2 for 61. Cuts back in distance. The distance could be an issue, But the fact that it's 4,000, you'd like to see her 4,000 at a mile. I think she'll easily beat these. There's some question marks about 4,000 in the sprint. She's just a better horse than her competition in this race. Does that mean she's going to win? No. When you got a behavior of going 2 for 61, you're going to kind of hold your breath on that. I wouldn't take a short price on her, but I do think she's the best horse in the race, and I'm going to use her on top. Don't usually like to take it 2-time winners in this condition either. Of course, you got the Lana Likes Choo Choos, who's a 3-time winner. Diva Banker has a lot of wins, like 11 wins. And if you could draw a line through the last race for Diva Banker, and you can, is a runaway winner, so the margin of defeat not as bad as it looks. She's not that far behind the second horse. In her previous 3 starts, she hit the board in all 3 of them. So she's a player. I don't know about breaking from the rail, if that's going to be the best thing. I'm looking at the pace scenario. Probably comes from the 4 Lana Likes Choo Choos. One thing you can say about Lana Likes Choo Choos, she had to need her last start. I mean, she had been off for almost 2 years. You don't expect, normally I don't expect horses off 2-year layoff to have any chance to win, but we've had a few horses win lately, but she obviously needed a race, and she was chasing after a pretty good speed horse, and she's a Freud, who was just loose and gone. Same distance, 3/4. She's probably going to be the one to make the lead, though, and that could be an advantage if she is a lot fitter, getting that race under her belt. You got to think she's going to improve off of that one. But I think the other question will be, will anybody go with her, or she could get a clear lead? I think if she comes out sharp, I think she can get a clear lead, and that makes her dangerous in her second start off that 2-year layoff. That's just too long. All right, 5th race, we scratched the 5, Stella Brown. We'll start the late pick 4. Tricky race because of the 9, Portrait of Addie. It's all about the surface. I mean, if they ran the race on turf, no doubt about it, this horse would win. I don't think there's any question. I mean, there's no such thing as a guarantee in this game. Anything can happen, but she'd be awfully tough on the turf. The big question mark here is going to be the dirt. I mean, she does have 1 start on the dirt. It was probably an off-the-turf race. It was. And she didn't do anything. And that's concerning if you're backing her. Because there's still question marks on how this horse handles the dirt. Well, there's other factors involved in that, too. I mean, she was off a long layoff when she ran that main track only race in February. She was off over a year. So it could be the layoff and not necessarily the surface that she ran not as well. But I do think her last race on the turf was really good compared to these and would easily beat these if she can transport that turf race onto the dirt. Certainly classy enough and has the numbers on the turf. See if she could do it on the dirt. La Dinamita was beaten favorite last time. What was that show? The guy goes Dynamite. I can't remember. Beaten favorite last time, ran 4th, and Che George no slouch. So it wasn't a bad version of the 2 lifetime condition. And the previous start going a mile wasn't a big threat, but did run 3rd at Gulfstream Park. Was running at the bottom at Gulfstream before that against the 8,000s down there. So a couple of those races are good enough to beat these. It's just, what do you expect from La Dinamita? Now, Maya Engelhardt's been winning at a good percentage. He hasn't run a lot this year, but the ones he has run, I mean, what is he? He's over a third of the time that he's winning, kind of like Dana Saul. But Dana runs a little bit more. But this one, yeah, I mean, this one plays, and I think maybe the stretch out to a mile 70 won't hurt. I think you see the big beast, that's probably more 7 furlongs to a mile than it is further than a mile. You know, you got mile 72 turns. But there's a little bit of route on the dam side. And let's face it, she has faced better before. She didn't do that well last time. And I got a couple horses off the maiden victories, and it's hard to gauge how good they are. You might just have a couple improving horses, including Houdini's Bride. She probably liked the stretch out, but didn't like the surface of Presque Isle, wasted trip. But then last time, really put it together against 5,000 maidens. Dominated, absolutely dominated. Granted, there was nothing in there, but she won by double digits. Different story today, much tougher field, but maybe she's got some confidence and maybe she's on the improve enough that she could come back. Her previous starts, though, she's getting beat up at Presque Isle and her other races here. So which Houdini's Bride is going to show up? Is she really on the improve, or did she just beat a bad bunch last time? It's a good question. Same thing with Flying Phoebe. She was off the layoff and probably ran the best race of her career. Not probably. She did win the best race of her career. And again, it's a question mark of who did she beat, and can she put it together, and is she an improving horse? Now, she overcame a bad start as well to win that race coming off the layoff. So I could see this horse coming back. And the miles shouldn't be an issue for Flying Phoebe as well. 9, 8, 1, 3. Probably those four in some order, unless Jason Liam runs a good race off the layoff. Okay, 6th race, scratch the 5, Irish Jackson. I'm going to go with Rachel's Rock as my top choice. Off of the claim, comes back for the same price. It's not necessarily always a good thing, but you know that she can win at the level. So she's out of jail for $5,000, and she actually had dropped to 5 to win, so she was facing a lot better competition. So if she can, this could turn out to be a good claim if she ends up winning again and then going up in class. Could be a sharp get there. And I mean, you look at the past on this horse, she was entered in a graded stakes. She was running against tough optional claiming allowance horses in New York. And not that long ago, we're talking about last spring, not like 3 years ago. So when you look at it that way, and this horse did for $5,000 again, it's got to be awfully tough in here. Carol said no, had a horrible trip in her season debut. She was acting up before the gate, didn't break all that sharp, and then was on heels for the first half of the race. So she ran well to be 4th. And she came back and was better than her stablemate. I mean, her and her stablemate, Camus, were the only two horses that showed any kind of early speed. Camus slowed it down, probably slowed it down too much, probably helped, Carol said no, win the race by slowing it down too much, and then turn it into a stretch duel between the two. But at least the trainer didn't care because he had both of them. So it kind of worked out, and Carol said no, ended up getting the victory. And again, Camus probably had the better of the trip when you consider she was the one on the lead in those slow fractions. So Carol said no, might just be really sharp right now, making her 3rd start of the season. So I'll use her 2nd. I'm going to throw in Tasty Way for 3rd. She is very inconsistent and erratic as far as when do you expect this horse to run well and when doesn't she fire at all. It has to do with trips, I know, but she runs 3rd, then she comes back, she doesn't go that fast, and she loses by double digits. Go figure. Why can't she put 2 races together? This year she hasn't been able to. But now she's making her 3rd start for $5,000. Maybe she can bounce back off of the bad effort. And you think about it, the speed of the race comes from inside her. Bad connection figures to be the inside speed. She's going to be right outside of that horse's flank, that if bad connection stops, and you never know if bad connection keeps going or stops. She's another one. It's a little bit inconsistent with her endurance on the front end. But if she does stop, Tasty Wave will be in the perfect position to take over and inherit the lead and get first run on everybody else. So I'm going to throw her in there, and she's a price today at odds of 8 to 1. So I'm going to go with 6, 3, and 2 in race number 6. Okay, I knew one of these 2 horses for the Niz and Torelli had to scratch. So they scratched their own for their owner, which is It's a good move. We scratched the one Jake's Orchard. Really be tough to have a route race. You get the two inside speeds. Can't have them battle, and neither one of them can rate or is good rating. So the Jake's Orchard's the one that gets omitted. But you know what? Bee's Blessing could be dangerous. She is bred to go, or he is bred to go long, and he should be able to make the lead in here. I just don't have a lot of faith in him. I did take a little bit of an upset because Caddy Master is going to be the favorite. But I'm looking at Sweet Tone. Very well-bred horse that was claimed for 11, put back in the allowance. And I like the move because the distance was too short the day he ran for 11. And he was, like I said, obviously he wasn't eligible for the waiver claim. So he's going to get taken for that price and stretched out because, let's face it, he's a better router than a sprinter. And he still ran well in that sprint. And he actually stepped up in class and ran even better in the route, which you'd expect him to do. Didn't take to the slop last time, or just was no match for Beach Invasion. I think Beach Invasion's cross-entered. I think he's entered a race here and also entered in Saratoga later in the week. So you know that's a good one. But I'm taking a shot of Sweet Tone that you could forgive the last race coming out of against a tough customer in Beach Invasion and on and off track. It's 4-1. Yeah, Caddy Master, what can you say? He lost a Not for Hire, was a pretty good one. The pace flow didn't go his way either. He was running pretty competitively in New York, and he would be no surprise as the favorite. But one of the things is Linda Rice, probably the best New York trainer, percentage-wise and win-wise. But the horses she sends here, they don't win. They used to. They don't win. I believe she's something like 0 for 12 with the horses that she sent here. Well, see if Caddy Master can break that seat, but I'm not taking the horse as a favorite with that kind of a record. Rain It In could come right back. Like I was talking about before, it was a good inside speed day that was a Shake It for the Bird, ended up being lone speed on a speed favoring day, and Rain It In still chased him down. To me, that's a better effort and a better way to win than sometimes checking and having a troubled trip, because you're winning against a trend of the racetrack that's favoring a certain running style, and nobody that's even the best horse is overcoming that. You have to be much the best to do so, and Rain It In might have been much the best. He's going to be tested today, though, because he's got to face winners for the first time. Yeah, I'll throw in Bee's Blessing because he's a speed. He's got some good route breeding. He's stretching out. Should help. He's never been long before. And with his stablemate scratching, yeah, he's the inside speed. Catch him if you can. Who knows? He might get brave and keep going. Looks like the main speed. All right, last race, scratch the 6. Captain of My Heart. It's going back and forth with these two horses who I like in the last. They both Limit Up and Breaking Stones come out of the same race. Limit Up had probably a little more of the fitness edge on Breaking Stones. But the problem is Breaking Stones doesn't win a lot, especially at this distance. Goodman, the money percentage was 7 for 10 in the money at the distance, but only 1 for 10 to win. It's another one that likes to finish underneath. I don't know if he likes it, he just does. So I thought, with that said, Limit Up is going to get first run on him because he's got some natural speed. And the speed is from the outside with Father Walsh and Max Foster that he could track, get first run on Breaking Stones, and Breaking Stones, who doesn't really pass late, maybe he can hold him off. But it looks like those two, as far as having a class edge on these, Breaking Stones running again for 5,000, but not running for the waiver claim. Yeah, I'd expect Father Walsh to change tactics again. I know the tactics worked pretty good. They tried something different. They rated him in a speed-filled race, and it worked. Chris Russell couldn't have rode the horse any better. Split horses, just got beat by a better horse at the end. Horse that probably liked the off-track, that mayhem at the Palace. Last race, same thing. I mean, Storm and Sammy turned out to be the main speed on the inside. Had the rail post, just didn't come back. So both Limit Up and Breaking Stones finish ahead of him, but I thought he rated a little too much. I think they got a little carried away because it did work the race before. Well, they found themselves further back last time, especially for the distance of 5.5. This horse has speed, and I'd like to see them use a little more of the speed today because really, if they don't, the advantage goes to Max Foster when Father Walsh is probably just as fast, if not faster, than Max Foster. I'd expect him to be more on the front line today. I think it'll be a better move here because you only got one other speed outside of you. So going to go to 357. Going to throw in Monomoy Beach for fourth. Was in for the waiver claim, and maybe not the most positive sign. You're afraid to lose him for 11, and now you're dropping, and you're at risk of a claim for 5. Usually means they're giving up on the horse, but it also means he's going to run against easier competition. He should be at his fitness after a couple starts, and he should be very competitive in here. I just wouldn't take a shorter price like 4-1 on Monomoy Beach, but I'll use him in the top 3 or 4 in a race against these rivals, which should be a pretty good one. All right, those are my picks for the Wednesday card. It will be the final day of live racing of the week. We are going to be dark the next few days. We will have simulcast wagering of all the action tracks across the country, including Saratoga. I may take a visit there as it is, hoping to get on one of the shows there and have a little fun in Saratoga over the weekend. We'll be back on Monday. Now, we do have a handicapping contest on Monday. It'll be the live contest where you play Finger Lakes contest races, which is races 1 through 8 here at Finger Lakes. And the thing is, it's free to enter. And if you had a Lucky North card or Player X's, whatever it was, everything transfers over, and you just got to get your new card, which is Ember now. And as long as you have a membership card, it's free to play. No membership fee, and you can win money. What's a better gamble than that? To bet nothing to have a chance to win something. There isn't any better. So good luck to all the players. Good luck today if you're playing pick 4s and pick 5s. And I'll see you again on Monday for that 12:55 first post.
Coming on the track for race number 1 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Ladies Golden Guy and Nasario Alvarado. Number 2 is Doc Advantage and Jeremias Flores. Number 3, Paint the Line, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 4, Stars and Stones, Cabercoa. Number 5 is Charging Arrow and Joel Cruz. And number 6, Give Me the Money, Jose Ventura up. Track is fast here at Finger Lakes. First race in approximately 3 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go, 5.5 furlongs. Condition claimers 4 to 5. Number 2, Dock Advantage. Track is fast here at Finger Lakes. Had a little bit of rain overnight in the area. Temperatures not as warm as it has been the last, seems like all summer. Got a bit of a wind. Will help the horses somewhat up the backstretch and hurt them in the home stretch. Stars and Stones going up. Then Charging Arrow and Gimme the Money. Even Money, Dock Advantage. Charging Arrow goes in. Gimme the Money to the outside. They're all on the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Ladies Golden Guy from an inside post who edges out for the front end. Gimme the Money far outside, Paint the Line, and Stars and Stones are third and fourth as Gimme the Money is hard written to go after the lead. Dock Advantage able to advance towards the rail. The Stars and Stones had the check, and Charging Arrow was last but now is up into fourth, but will be stuck out wide as they make the entry into the turn. Ladies Golden Guy clears off by 2 open lengths. Over, Paint the Line, and Gimme the Money, second and third. Charging Arrow sweeps up to the outside four. Dock Advantage, a ground-saving fifth, 4.5 off the lead, and a length and a half to Stars and Stones, who trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Ladies Golden Guy, the first to face us. Charging Arrow, green cap on the outside. Dock Advantage will attempt to punch through at the fence, and it's Paint the Line and Stars and Stones. Still a few chances here. 1 furlong to go. Ladies Golden Guy on top. Dock Advantage towards the rail, Paint the Line, purple blinkers, and Charging Arrow on the outside, deep stretch. It's Ladies Golden Guy and Dock Advantage. Ladies Golden Guy, career win number 15. Three-way photo for second, Dock Advantage, Paint the Line, and Charging Arrow. Number 1, Ladies Golden Guy was first. Photos for second and third. 5.5 furlongs, 105.66. Second, number 2, Dock Advantage. Third, number 3, Paint the Line. Fourth, number 5, Charging Arrow. 1, 2, 3, 5. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Ladies Golden Guy. New York bred, 9-year-old bay gelding by Golden Ticket out of Valuable Lady. Deborah Breed, the owner, as well as the trainer. Nasario Alvarado, the winning jockey. Ronald Breed bred, Ladies Golden Guy. It's official. $9.72, the winning mutual. Exacta, $18.14. Trifecta, $15.53. Dime Superfecta, $7.97. Second race from Finger Lakes put John Barrios on number 5, Lago di Como. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 2 in 22 minutes at 1:26 p.m.
All right, we get to race number 2, and Ladies Golden Guy still able to win at the 11-9 level. Well spotted by the breeds, as he's not quite able to still win at that allowance level in the stakes races, but very competitive against the 11-9s. He got the lead, and Doc Advantage was unable to reel him in because he was clear enough. And he's tough when he gets the lead. Naz Alvarado for owner-trainer Deborah Breed. This is a former stakes winner. I think it's three stakes victories in his career now, still putting up another victory at the 11-9 level, and that is his 15th career win. We go to the second, and we'll look at the contenders. It really does look like a two-horse race on paper, and those are the two that are getting bet, no surprise. You got the 4 Broken Record, who's currently at 6-5, and you got Plex at 8-5. Now, Plex already won a maiden race, but he got DQ'd as a heavy favorite. Now, as one of those DQs, the other horse wasn't going by him, but he did make it tight on him, and he got unlucky with the ruling. But the next race, he cut back in distance, and maybe that was a little short, and the race did turn out to be better than it looks. He had the slow start, which really influenced his race, especially at that short. Army Proud had some back class, and Not My Type did have an easy lead in there. And keep in mind, Not My Type actually came back to win out of that race, won the other day. So it does turn out to be a good race. He stretches back out to a mile. He adds blinkers. He might even get the lead in here, and that could be a big factor. He's at 3-2. The main threat is the drop down, the 4 Broken Record. His recent form isn't that good, but he drops sharply in class all the way down to the bottom after beating one horse last time, losing by double digits. He does come out of a good race as well, and he also comes out of a race that was run on a good inside speed day. That Shake It for the Bird was the lone speed. Rainin' In was the only one that was able to chase him down, but nobody else was able to close on that racetrack. So he was against it last time, and he drops in class to 5. He's a strong player as well. It looks like these two laying over the rest of the field, but you never know at this level. If one of them doesn't fire, you might be able to split them up with a horse like King Royal or Jamaica Red. King Royal last time put the blinkers back on, didn't work. Other races didn't work. His best race was back on June 1st when going 6 furlongs. He ran 4th against a decent field. If he can remember that race when he was 91-1 and run well here at a mile, again, we're not talking about victory. We're talking about being the best of the rest of them, because once you get past Plex and Broken Record, there's really nobody else in here that King Royal's got to beat, and he's got the inside. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got about 8 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is King Royale and Jackie Davis, the riding assignments. Number 2, Plex and Jose Baez. Number 3, Jamaica Red and Stephen Frett. Number 4, Broken Record, Oscar Gomez. Number 5, Lago di Como, jockey changed to John Barrios. And there's the 6, Roll the Soul and Chris Russell. And there's the aforementioned Lago di Como, number 5. Post time, but if you. 2 minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go a mile. Maiden Claimers, 3 to 5, number 2 Plex, 2 to 1, number 4 Broken Record. Jamaica Red and the Blue House Silks, worn by Stephen Frett, into stall number 3. Broken Record. Walking up and going in, Lago di Como and Roll of the Soul still behind the gate. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Step tardy, Lago di Como. It's King Royale and Plex. These two accelerate out for the front end. Broken Record 3 wide. Roll of the Soul will be 4 wide around that first turn. Jamaica Red saves all the ground towards the inside, going from 5th up into 3rd, and wants to challenge for the lead as Jackie Davis looking over her right shoulder and left shoulder and found out that Jamaica Red slipped right on through towards the rail and gets that lead as they transition to the backstretch. King Royale and Plex outside 2nd and 3rd, 3 lengths back to Roll the Soul, who's improving up the inside in 4th. And then it's Broken Record in second last. And one way at the back here, Lago di Como is at least 30 lengths off the lead. First quarter mile, 24 2/5. Up the backstretch, Jamaica Red opens up by 2.5, 3. Over Plex, the 1 to 2 favorite in pursuit in second. Broken Record outside in third. Roll the Soul towards the inside in fourth. King Royale backpedals in fifth. And then many lengths back to Lago di Como trails. The half in 48 1/5. They're on the far turn. Plex makes his move on the outside, and Plex takes over the lead as Broken Record fouls that one on the outside. And the favorites are first and second with less than 2.5 furlongs to go as Jamaica Red drops back in third. Roll the Souls in fourth, but at least 13 lengths off the lead as they reach the top of the stretch. And it's Plex who comes off the turn. Under a hand ride, has the lead by 4. Broken Record fully extended in second. Many lengths back to Jamaica Red and Roll of the Soul. They run to the 16th pole. It's Plex on top by 4 over Broken Record outside second. It's Plex, the 1 to 2 favorite who will score. Broken Record second, Jamaica Red third, Roll of the Soul fourth. 2436 in race 2 from Finger Lakes. Plex, the big favorite, prevails. To the winner's circle, number 2, Plex. Florida bred 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Complexity out of On Golden Pawn. John Penn, the owner. Dana Saul, the trainer. Jose Baez, the winning jockey. John Penn, also the breeder. $3.16, the winning mutual. Double, $17.26. Exacta, $4.22. Trifecta, $2.28. Dime Super, $1.46. Third race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 5, Mia Nipotina. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Pick 4 starts in race 3. 22 minutes to race number 3, scheduled post 157.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 3, and what looked like a 2-horse race was a 2-horse race, and Plex turned into a 1-horse race late as he was just best in there. I think the blinkers helped too. Jose Baez for Dana Saul, who's hitting at over a 33% percentage. The third race, 11-9 claimer going a mile. Non-winners race since a date or never won 4 races or 3-year-olds. Like the last race, it does kind of on paper look like a 2-horse race. Light Pond Law is the speed, and that's funny as a horse that's just got the best numbers and the best horse, comes out of the best races. She was claimed for 17.5. She was close up to a 47.5 from an outside post, and she won that day. She's been against a little bit tougher since then. Really, they just ran 122 in that 7 furlong race that she's coming out of, and she wasn't that badly beaten, only beaten 5 lengths. It does have some turf breeding. The dam's a half to Loon Cry, who was a multiple stakes winner on the turf, but obviously her dirt form is still good enough to beat these. The big question is going to be pace flow. The 3 looks like the speed, and she's tough when she gets the lead in a route. And she wasn't able to do so last time. It was forced chasing, and Katie King proved much the best. And you also had Equinox, who ran some very quick times last year in that same race. She just needed a race. I'd give her another chance. If you think that she can make the lead and get a clear early lead, it might be tough for That's Funny to get by her. And Mommy Joe Dreams may press her in here as well to keep that one honest. Now, Buckley's got 2 of them in here, Mommy Joe Dreams and Turn Up the Music. I'm just kind of wondering how good is Turn Up the Music right now. She actually looked good winning for 5,000. Again, easier field, obviously, for 5,000, but she did it off the layoff. And then she just never got her legs under her last time with a wide trip. Gets right in the middle, kind of drops slightly to the 11-9, and third start off the layoff. I think this horse will run her best race, and maybe that'll be good enough to put her in the top 3. She does have a lot of seconds, but I think against this field at the 11-9 level, she could be a player, at least an underneath type. I'm not sure about as far as wins, you'd have to have the perfect trip. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and Pick 4 starts for this race. Scratch the 5, Mia Nipotina.
Phillies and Bears are on the track. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 5. Number 1 in traffic, and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 2, turn up the music, Kevin Navarro. Number 3, Lip and Law, Cabercoa. Number 4, That's Funny, Hammond Harkey in the ride. And number 6, Mommy Joe Dreams, Joel Cruz is the rider. Post time in a few minutes. 2 minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate for race 3 from Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go, a mile. Even money number 4, that's funny. 9 to 5, number 3, Lip and Law. 3 to 1, number 6, Mommy Joe Dreams. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Great start for Mommy Joe Dreams, able to cross and clear. Lip and Law settles in the second spot. Then it's Turn Up the Music, and that's funny, third and fourth. In Traffic saves ground at the back as they circle around the first turn. Mommy Joe Dreams wanted the lead and has it. The lead's about 2.5. Lip and Law outside in second as it's That's Funny runs along her inside in third. 2 more lengths to Turn Up the Music. Green blinkers fourth, and 3.5 lengths to In Traffic in the fifth in trailing position. First quarter mile, 25 seconds. Mommy Joe Dreams up the backstretch has a lead by just about a length. Lip and Law outside in second as it's That's Funny towards the inside in third. Turn Up the Music races in fourth, 5.5 lengths off the lead, and a gap of 3.5 lengths to In Traffic, who trails the field. The half was in 49 seconds. Mommy Joe Dreams leads this group into the far turn. The lead still about a length. Lip and Law, That's Funny, second and third. 3 lengths to Turn Up the Music, who races fourth, and a similar margin to In Traffic, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Mommy Joe Dreams taken on by Lip and Law. That's Funny, ridden along, only a length and a half off the lead. In third, then 4 lengths to Turn Up the Music. In Traffic's at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Lip and Law to the outside of Mommy Joe Dreams as it's That's Funny, who has inside passage now. Was lacking some racing room, but now comes right on through. 1 furlong to go. That's Funny. Lip and Law. Mommy Joe Dreams back in third. 16th to go. It's That's Funny and Lip and Law. That's Funny will win by a head over Lip and Law. Then it was Mommy Joe Dreams and Turn Up the Music. 4362. That's funny first. Time for the mile, 141.01. Third race official, $5.28 the winning mutual. Super for a dime, $1.10. Double 660, exact is $7.16. Trifecta, $3.36. The winner's circle number 4, That's Funny. Kentucky bred 4-year-old Bay Filly by Practical Joke out of That Smart. Okay, Cantor Macy, Zilla Racing Stables, Aqua Nova Stable, and Rounds Racing the ownership. Okay, Cantor Macy is the trainer. Hammond Harkey, the winning jockey. Red Oak Stable, bred That's Funny. We did have a claim in the third. The winner, the 4, That's Funny. Matthew Clark, Circle B Racing, and Alicia Piazza, the owners. Matthew Clark, new trainer. That's Funny, claimed out of the third. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time, race 4 in about 20 minutes at 2:27 p.m. Another reminder, next Monday here at Finger Lakes, July 27th, free handicapping challenge. Winner takes home $1,000 in cash. Top 3 finishers get cash. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. And that's free to join up. Handicapping challenge / tournament, whatever you want to call it, next Monday here at Finger Lakes.
All right, getting ready for race number 4, and yeah, what looked like a 2-horse race was a 2-horse race, and that's funny. The better of the two. Lipon Law decided to rate behind Mommy Joe Dreams, and that's probably the difference in the race. She had to go outside to get past that horse, and that's funny. Was able to sneak up the inside, so maybe not the best tactics for Lipon Law, but that's funny. Proved better either way. Heman Harkey for Ilke Kantamachi. I still don't know how to say that name right, but congratulations to them. Okay, fourth race, a 4,000 below level claimer, going a distance of 6 furlongs, 4 fillies and mares. And we'll look at some of the contenders in here. You got to figure the speed comes from the 4. Lana likes Choo Choos, who should run better off after a start. Dulce Sarah does not exactly have the best record. 2 for 61 in her career. And she's only a 2-time winner versus these horses, but she's dropping to 4. This is actually an easier race than the 3 Lifetime 5 she comes out of, where she ran a decent third. Question is, does she want to win? I mean, here's a horse that's got so many starts with just a couple victories. Obviously, she's faced better in the Lifetime conditions than she faces here in this beaten 4. And that might be just all she needs is the easier competition here to get through and get the victory. But if it turns into a stretch duel, you got to be concerned if she wants to put her nose out in front. Diva Banker, you just got to forgive the last effort, and that's easy to do. Is She's a Freud was kind of a runaway winner on the front end, and everybody else was running for second and third. She's an 11-time winner with 18 seconds and 12 thirds. Very consistent top 3 horse, but again, more seconds and thirds than victory might be an issue. But she's run well in this condition, with the exception of the last race. See her bouncing back, though, at age 10. She's at least a top 3 threat. Mention the speed of Lana Likes Choo Choos. Ran terrible last time, chasing the pace of Faded, but she had to need the race. This horse was off, like, where you been? Had been one start since June of 2024, and that was in August of 2024. So almost 2 years away from the races. So you wouldn't expect much from her, and you didn't get much from her. Hopefully she got something out of the race, even though she didn't beat a horse, that she could run a lot sharper today. And if she gets the lead, maybe she's dangerous. It'll be tough to catch in this race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 5 starts with this race.
Horses coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Diva Banker and Michael Davila Jr. Number 2, Honorable Lily and Jeremias Flores. Number 3, Mrs. Bell, Jackie Davis up. Number 4, Lana Likes Choo Choos and Asario Alvarado. Number 5, Grand Lady Indy, Luis Pena. Number 6, Dolce Serra, Luis Perez. And number 7 is Miss Pab, Caber Coa. Got a leg up. Post time in just a few. 2 minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have reached the starting gate. Race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 fillies and mares to go 6 furlongs. Even money number 6, Dolce Sarah. 5-2 on number 1, Diva Banker. Lana likes Choo Choos. Grand Lady Indy. Dolce Sarah and Miss Pab. And this field is set for a start. Riders off. Lana likes Choo Choos. Climbing back aboard here momentarily. Riders still off. riders hopped out of the starting gate. Late scratch in here. Scratch number 4, Lana Likes Choo Choos. Number 4, Lana Likes Choo Choos is a late scratch from the 4th race. There'll be a short delay. Loading up once again for race number 4, down to a field of 6. Late scratch of number 4, Lana Likes Choo Choos. Grand Lady Indy going up. Dolce Syrah. And Miss Pab to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a competitive start. Grand Lady Indy wins the break, but it's Diva Banker showing speed today. Dolce Syrah, 3 wide in third, length off the lead. Miss Pabs in fourth, and then it's Honorable Lily towards the inside in fifth, now up into the top 4. And at the back, that is Mrs. Bell. Grand Lady Indy to the half-mile pole in front by a neck. Over Diva Banker in second. Dolce Syrah threatening outside in third. Honorable Lily towards the inside in fourth. And then it's Miss Pab who's 3 wide, and Mrs. Bell's in between horses at the back. But only about 5.5 from top to bottom. They're on the turn. Grand Lady Indy has a lead by a half length with 2.5 furlongs to go. Dolce Syrah now ratcheting up the pressure outside second. Diva Banker is in third and 5 lengths off the lead. That it's Miss Pab and Mrs. Bell spun out wide. Honorable Lily towards the rail as they reach the top of the stretch. Grand Lady Indy's not going home without a fight. It's Dolce Syrah, the favorite, to the outside. These two are nip and tuck, and now Dolce Syrah able to inch away from Grand Lady Indy in third. Diva Banker in deep stretch. It's Dolce Syrah who draws off late. Dolce Syrah victorious. Grand Lady Indy second. Diva Banker third. Mrs. Bell fourth. 6513. Number 6, Dolce Syrah first. 6 furlongs and 112.18. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, Dolce Syrah. Kentucky bred, 7-year-old bay mare by Race Day out of Prompter. Mark Ferraro is the owner, Michael Ferraro the trainer, Luis Perez the winning jockey, Spendthrift Farm, bred Dolce Syrah. $2.96 the winning mutual, regular double $10, consolation double $4.54. Exacta $8.56, trifecta $4.16. Dime Super $2.29. Regular pick 3, 246, $3.45. Consolation pick 3, 244, $1.91. Fifth race. At Finger Lakes, scratch number 5, Stella Brown. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time in 24 minutes at 3:05 p.m.
In the paddock for race number 5, we did get a late scratch. That was the 4 Lana Lakes Choo Choos. Now, if you had that one in the pick 5, the early one, you would have gotten the post-time favorite, which actually turned out to be Dulce Serra. Same thing with the pick 4, that midday pick 4. If you had Lana Lakes Choo Choos in the pick 4, you would have gotten the post-time favorite, which did turn out to be the winner, Dulce Serra. Well, it wasn't easy. She doesn't like to pass horses. You could tell that. And things got tight between Luis Perez and Pena as he went by, but was able to get by and got the victory in the 4th race. And that also starts the late pick 5 with that victory. 5th race of 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition, going a mile 70. We'll start the late pick 4 with this race. Pretty competitive event. One of the keys, at least to the outside horse, is how she takes to the dirt. She's only had 1 start on the dirt, and it was a off the turf main track only race, and she was off of a layoff. I think she was off over a year when she ran in that off the turf race. So there could be other variables as why she didn't fire in that race. So it doesn't necessarily mean she can't run on the dirt, because the layoff was probably concerned, and she did 47 to the half. But she's also unproven on the dirt and very strongly bred for the turf. I mean, this is truly turf breeding. But she might just be better than these horses, dropping all the way to the bottom to 5, that she's still better than these on the dirt. The A horse is La Dynamita. A little bit of a disappointment first start over the track, as she was bet down to be the favorite in that race and finished off the board to be 4th. Maybe a little sharper today's second start over the track. She was going a little bit longer distances at Gulfstream, cut back last time to 5.5. Now she's going to try to go a route, and maybe that'll make a difference, because she did go a mile the race before. Is a little bit better race at Gulfstream Park. So going a mile 70 today after cutting back to 5.5, maybe that could be the key for La Dynamita, who's been running against tougher. The one is Houdini's Bride. This one's the trickiest read of the bunch, because she absolutely dominated when she broke her maid for 5, but she didn't beat anything. I mean, that was probably one of the worst, I don't want to say the worst, one of the slower fields that we've had run all year. I mean, Seacourt will probably be a maiden for the entire season. My Gorgeous, tough to see that one winning too. But so she didn't beat anything in that race, but she did it pretty convincingly. She dominated by 14 lengths after stretching out to a mile. First time going a route here at Finger Lakes after running on the artificial surface. So how good is she? Well, this is a much tougher field, so she'll be tested, because that last field was not good at all. And same thing with Flying Phoebe. I mean, she's off a layoff. She faced older horses for the first time. She broke poorly and still won. So she actually ran a very good race to break her maiden. Now she'll face winners for the first time, stretching out to the route. Not sure about the distance for her. She has some route experience in her past, but she hasn't shown anything in those races either. And she just beat an easy group, same as Houdini's Bride. Maybe not as easy as Houdini's Bride's field, but Spicy Ticey, one of my favorite horses, will probably be a 5,000 maiden for most of the season. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with race number 5. Again, we scratched the 5, Stella Brown.
On the track, fifth race at Finger Lakes, scratch the 5, number 1, Houdini's Bride, and Jackie Davis. Number 2 is Berbice Honey, Oscar Gomez. Number 3, Flying Phoebe, Joel Cruz. Number 4, Soho Nights, Nasario Alvarado up. Next up, number 6, Jason Liam, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 7, Lucky and Gorgeous, Laird Bailey. Number 8, La Dinamita, Andre Worry. And number 9, Portrait of Addie, and jockey Cesar Gonzalez. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Go mile 70 yards. Claimers non-winners of 2, fillies and mares. 3 of the contenders, all at 5-2. Number 1, Houdini's Bride. Number 8, La Dinamita. And number 9, Portrait of Addie. Soho Knights. Half the field loaded up. Lucky and Gorgeous goes in. La Dinamita and Portrait of Addie. Still 2 out. Portrait of Addie. The last to load up. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Soho Knights and La Dinamita. These two edge out for the lead. Burbee's Honey motors up the inside to make it 3 across the track early on. And then it's Flying Phoebe, who is to the inside of Jace and Liam, 4th and 5th. As it's Houdini's Bride towards the inside in 6. A length and a half back to Lucky and Gorgeous, who's 2 lengths in front. A Portrait of Addie, who's at the back of the pack. 2 horses pressing the pace, and they got 6 furlongs to go. Burbee's Honey and Soho Knights, they're clear by about 3.5 lengths. Over Flying Phoebe in pursuit in 3rd. La Dinamita outside of her. Lucky and Gorgeous, 3 wide 5th. Portrait of Addie, 4 wide 6. Then a half length back to Jason Liam is to the outside of Houdini's Bride at the back. The half in 49 seconds. Now a half mile to go. Still 2 horses dueling for the top spot as they make the entry into the far turn. And now it's Soho Knights who takes over from Burbee's Honey. Flying Phoebe, La Dinamita threatening on the outside. They're now 2nd and 3rd, and Burbee's Honey dropping back. Portrait of Addie is in 4th. Then in 5th, Lucky and Gorgeous, 5 lengths off of the lead. And then it's Houdini's Bride and Jason Liam. Burbee's Honey now at the back as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Soho Knights, the one to catch, comes off the turn, leading by a length and a half over La Dinamita, who tackles outside 2nd. Flying Phoebe fully extended 3rd. And then it's Portrait of Addie on the stand side 4th. 1 furlong to go, and Soho Knights continues to find on the front end and opens up by 4. Soho Knights is clear. Give jockey Nazario Alvarado 2 wins in the card. Soho Knights by 3 in the end. Flying Phoebe re-rallies for 2nd, then it's La Dinamita. Portrait of Addie was 4th. Four, three, eight, nine. In race 5, Soho Knights, unofficial winner. New York bred, 4-year-old Duck Brown filly by Volatile out of Conscription. Kevin Fernandez Merced, the owner. Thalia Ricci, the trainer. Nazario Alvarado with a riding double today. Scarlet Oak Racing bred, Soho Knights. $15.48, the Winnie Mutual. Double $26.24. Exacta $132.34. Trifecta $107.19. Super $74.42. Pick 3 464 $23.27. Consolation pick 3 444 $11.78. Pick 5 5 of 5 $189.15. Race 6, Finger Lakes, scratch number 5, Irish Jackson. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time race 6 at about 19 minutes at 3:36 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 6. Pace makes the race, and they actually went pretty slow. A lot, maybe not so much slow with the 49, but most horses were far off that 49. And it was Soho Knights out there with Burmese Honey, and Soho Knights took over and kind of stole the race once they hit the stretch that opened up a couple lengths before everybody got going. So it was a good job by Naz Alvarado. I got the victory for Talia Ricci. Starts the late pick 4. 6th race will start the late pick 3, goes 5.5. Non-winners of 2 races since the date, or never won 4 races. Well, you know the inside speed comes from the 1 Bad Connection. I like the race Carol said no ran, and also Rachel's Rock is the logical horse in here. Rachel's Rock's probably going to be a short price favorite, but obviously there's some vulnerability. She was claimed for 5, and she comes out of jail for the same class level, a $5,000 claimer. But she did win last time, and she was facing tougher before that, so she's very logical in this race, and probably the horse to beat, unless she regresses off of that last victory. Yeah, Carol said no. I mean, they controlled the pace. This trainer did. As Ralph D'Alessandro had both Camus and Carol said no in the race, there was absolutely no other speed. Camus got the lead. Carol said no, just tracked, and they ran 1-2 to the wire with the control of the pace. Different pace today with the presence of Bad Connection, but she seems like she's in good form. Her first start off the layoff, she got off a step slow and then was on heels for a lot of the race, or she would have been right there, maybe even won the race. So she's sharp right now, only making her 3rd start of the year, and she should be a little bit of a price right now, 3-1, 5-1 morning line. So she might go up from there. Maybe you get 4 or 5-1 on Carol said no. The other horse that I kind of was looking at was the 2 Tasty Wave. Mentioned Bad Connection is the inside speed. Tasty Wave could take over if Bad Connection stops from the rail. And maybe that's the kind of race that Tasty Wave needs. So she goes right to the front. She seems to stop. When she kind of tracks or is on that front line and takes over, that's when she wins. So let's see if that's the kind of trip she gets today, or if she's just going the wrong direction with a bad effort last time. But, Tasty Wave, her best recent race was with Jackie Davis, and she's getting Jackie Davis back. After the other of the last four starts, Jackie's the only one that hit the board with Tasty Wave. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts with a 6. Again, we scratch the favorite, the 5, Irish Jackson.
Horses coming on the track. Race 6 at Finger Lakes, scratch number 5. Number 1, Bad Connection, John Barrios. Number 2 is Tasty Wave and Jackie Davis. Number 3, Carol Said No with jockey Andre Worry. Number 4, Blue Eyed Scout, Stephen Frett. Number 6, Rachel's Rock and Emmanuel De Diego. And number 7, Isle Storm, Nasaria Alvarado is the rider. Post time in just a few. Two minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Two more left to load, Rachel's Rock and Isle Storm. And this field is set for a start. Nope, Isle Storm backs out of there. Goes in this time. And they're off. It's Bad Connection who rushes out for the early lead. Blue-Eyed Scout, flashing early speed. Isle Storm on the outside in third. Rachel's Rock is in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. Then a half length to Tasty Wave, who's about a length in front of Carol Said No in the sixth and trailing position. Bad Connection sets a hot pace into the turn. The lead's about a length. Isle Storm in pursuit, second, first quarter mile, 22 seconds. Rachel's Rock has more clear running room in third, to the outside of Blue-Eyed Scout in fourth. Here's Carol Said No winding up from the back. Into the top 4 is Carol Said No, and Tasty Wave trails the field as they leave the quarter pole behind. It's Bad Connection, but Carol Said No closing in with each and every stride on the far outside, and Carol Said No swoops on in. Blue-Eyed Scout gets through towards the inside, and there'll be these two that will pass the final furlong pole, 1-2, and then in third, Rachel's Rock. Bad Connection back and forth. 16th to go. It's Carol Said No and Blue-Eyed Scout. Carol Said No with the advantage. Carol Said No with the win from off the pace. Blue-Eyed Scout second. Rachel's Rock third. Fourth, Bad Connection. Three, 4, 6, 1. Number 3, Carol Said No first. Coming back to the winner's circle, number 3, Carol said no. Kentucky bred 4-year-old Gray Filly by Volatile out of 5-star Factor. Ilke Cantor Macy and Sport of Kings Racing Partners, the owners. Ralph D'Alessandro, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. George Bates, trustee. Bred Carroll said no. 2 wins for owner Ilke Cantor Macy. $6.26, the winning mutual. Pick 4, $72.44. Double, $36.88. Exact is $17.82. Trifecta, $12.75. Dime Super, $9.52. To race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Jake's Orchard. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, late daily double wagering. Post time race 7 in about 19 minutes at 4:05 p.m. Another reminder, next Monday at Finger Lakes, a free handicapping challenge. Get $1,000 in cash if you win. Top 3 finishers get prize money. Just got to be an Ember Rewards member to participate. That's free to join up. And it's on races 1 through 8 from Finger Lakes on Monday, July 27th.
Okay, we're in the paddock 4, race number 7, and that was Carol Said No, making it 2 in a row. Andre Worry for Ralph D'Alessandro. Horse is sharp right now, and it'll start off your late pick 3. Okay, we scratched the 1, Jake's Orchard, as we had 2 of the Torelli speeds. One of them out, Bee's Blessing will now become the speed of the race from the 2 posts and still furthest inside. Caddy Master getting all the early play at 6 to 5, and logical horse in here. Comes out of a good race, won by Not for Hire, and probably a slightly better race than this one. So it was a good effort to be second. Question is, will he regress off that race, move forward from that race, or keep his form? That is a big question, but the number last race is probably good enough to make him one of the major players in here, and he is. He's currently the favorite at odds of 6 to 5. He faced a lot tougher in New York before arriving here. Then he found the straight 2 lifetime last time, but was unable to rein in Not for Hire. Logical horse, at least, to be in the top 3. Horse I ended up putting on top is, thought I'd get a little bit of a price right now. He's a 3 to 1 with Caddy Master at 6 to 5. Talking about Sweet Tone. They're going to take the blinkers off this horse. And last race was not good, but he ran into Beach Invasion. Beach Invasion would be a heavy, heavy favorite against season and probably the winner. So that one was kind of pulling away from the field. Chrysler ended up second. The horse that was third, True Violence, actually cut back in distance last time and dropped slightly and ran okay. Sweet Tone didn't have the best of starts. And again, Beach Invasion is not coming back to him, so he never really made up any ground. And it was a sloppy racetrack. So you can forgive the last effort. Horse is very well bred. He's by Tonalist out of a dam by Grand Slam. Previous 2 starts are good. And when you look at it, he was running for 11 to 9, but the distance was too short at 6 furlongs. He still almost won against a pretty good one in Nikos. Stretched out, going a mile, and that was against allowance horses, and ran very good against the speed of instant success. So he stays at the allowance level after the dull effort last time in the slop, takes the blinkers off, and stays going long. And I think that's might be the key to victory if he can get the right kind of trip. Sweet Tone right now at odds of 7 to 2. Tough to gauge how good Rain it is. One thing I like about Rain It In and his maiden victory is inside speed was really good on June 30th. And you look at the horse that was second, Shake It for the Bird, was the main inside speed, and he was still able to run that horse down kind of against the racetrack. So, he barely got up at 1 to 5, but he did it against the trend of the track. So the effort is better than it looks, and the number's pretty good. So Rain It In would not be a surprise if he came right back and beat Winners. First start against Winners, so it's a little bit tougher. But he comes off that good effort because he ran down a main speed horse on an inside speed track. Now, the inside speed this race is Bee's Blessing, who will add blinkers and stretch out for the first time. He's by Big Brown, so he's got good breeding for the distance. He won on the front end going 5.5 when he was really absolutely lone speed in a sprint on May 19th. He hasn't been close to the lead the last 2. Well, this time he's going to be on the lead. It's just a matter of carrying his speed for the entire mile 70-yard distance. Well, you'll be handsomely rewarded if you do back him. You'll at least get a thrill because he'll be on the lead as far as he goes. And, big price on him at odds of 8 to 1 as the speed of the race. And it is a question if he's good enough. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered. Races 7 and 8. Again, we scratched the 1, Jake's Orchard.
Horses coming on the track for the 7th race from Finger Lakes, scratch the 1. Number 2, Beeves Blessing and Stephen Frett. Number 3 is Caddy Master, Oscar Gomez. Number 4, One More Rep, and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5, Rein It In, Andre Worry. Number 6, Flat Cap, Chris Russell. And number 7 is Sweet Tone and Luis Perez. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate. Race 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go, mile 70 yards. Even money number 3, Caddy Master. 2 to 1, number 5, Rain It In. 5 to 2, number 7, Sweet Tone. Now 3 to 1 on Sweet Tone. Half the field loaded up. Rain It In. Flat Cap. And Sweet Tone to the outside. One out. Sweet Tone. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Beeves Blessing from an inside post. Sweet Tone from an outside post. Those are the two quickest early on. Flat Cap to the outside of the Gray Caddy Master. Then it's Rain It In second last. And one more rep is at the back. As they lean into that first turn, Beeves Blessing opens up by 3. Over Flat Cap in pursuit in second. And then the Gray Caddy Master to the inside of Sweet Tone, third and fourth. 5 lengths to Rain It In second last, and 3 parts of a length to one more rep in the sixth in trailing position. First quarter mile clicked off in 24 1/5 as they have 5 furlongs to go. Beeves Blessing on top, the leads 3 lengths. Flat Cap with the blue and green blinkers outside in second. The Gray Caddy Master towards the inside in third. Sweet Tone 3 wide in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Then about 3 lengths to Rain It In second last, and a half length in front of one more rep who trails. The opening half in 48 1/5, they start to gang up on Beeves Blessing as it's Sweet Tone with a decisive move on the outside, gets that lead. Beeves Blessing trying to keep position. Here's Rain It In on the outside. Caddy Master trying to thread his way through traffic. Looking out for some racing room is Caddy Master as it's Flat Cap who drops back. One more reps at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Sweet Tone, Rain It In first and second. Caddy Master has shifted to the outside third. 2.5 lengths off the lead is Caddy Master, and Caddy Master's kicking it in. 1 furlong to go, and Caddy Master now snatches that lead away from Rain It In. It's Caddy Master with a nice turn of foot and upper stretch to get the victory. Rain It In second. Sweet Tone third. One more rep fourth. To the winner's circle number 3, Caddy Master. New York bred 4-year-old Great Gelding by Liam's Map out of Democrat Taxes. Linda Rice, owner trainer. Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. Richard Nicolai, bred Caddy Master. $4.46 the winning mutual, double $8.48, exacta $11.80. Try $4.61, dime super $2.28. Eighth and final Finger Lakes, scratch number 6, Captain of My Heart. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final in about 19 minutes at 4:35 p.m.
Okay, we're getting ready to conclude this Wednesday card. This will be the last race of the racing week. We are dark the next few days, still open for simulcast wagering. Get all the action from Saratoga and other racetracks across the country. Next live day, Monday, we will be having our live handicapping challenge. So if you want to come here on track, it's free to enter. Just either use your card or join our Ember Rewards program, and it's a $2,000, get your share of the $2,000 for that handicap and challenge. Got to be here on track with that card, and be fun to play. Get some of the major players coming here to have some fun playing the handicap and challenge, which will take place our next racing day, Monday. All right, looking back at the 7th, well, Caddy Master had some anxious moments there as he seemed to be blocked behind horses, finally got some room and ran down the speed of Rain It In and Sweet Tone. So first Finger Lakes win of the season, actually, for Linda Rice, who is very familiar with the winner's circle in New York and Saratoga. All right, 5,000 claimer, not winners of a race since the date here. You got a couple of horses coming out of the same race. A race won by the speed of Storm and Sammy. Storm and Sammy had the inside, shot out to the front end, and didn't come back at 5.5. So Limit Up and Breaking Stones were battling for the second place position behind the speed of Storm and Sammy. Different type of race here. Doesn't seem to be, there seems to be more speed than the last time for 5.5. You got Monomoy Beach and the two outside horses. Max Foster's got speed. Father Walsh has speed, but they've been changing tactics with him. Didn't really work out last time. So see if they go back to showing a little more speed in this race. Should be interesting to see what the early pace flow is, especially with a horse like Father Walsh. The horse was going good up until the last race, and maybe they took back a little too much because he could make a middle move and get to the front like he did two starts ago in the slop where he split horses. But last time, you're not going to be able to sit back and make one run with this horse. He's a horse that likes to be in the race or makes an early move. And I could see Father Walsh as an upset chance in the last race. He's currently at odds of 9-1. But you look at the other two. Breaking Stones has faced tougher in the past, was run mostly against the 11-9. Does not have a very good record at the distance overall, though, at 5.5. He's 1 for 10, but 7 for 10 in the top 3. It might be a case of facing some tough competition. He won a couple times last year at 6 furlongs, but not at the 5.5 furlong distance. Could be just a case of competition, but we'll see how he runs here. We're talking 5,000 claimers, making his second start of the year. He should be extra sharp here, going after his rival Limit Up. And Limit Up did actually have a little bit of a fitness edge on Breaking Stones, who was making his first start of the season. But Limit Up was chasing late and actually ran well to only lose by a couple lengths. So he's another one to consider. I actually gave the edge to him because he's going to be in perfect position to get first run on some of these horses sitting right behind the speed. And the other horse I'd consider would be the one Monomoy Beach on the drop in class. He was in for the waiver claim for 11-9, so maybe not the most positive sign. When he goes unprotected, it's in for 5,000. Well, he comes out of better races, so the class relief should certainly help the chances of Monomoy Beach. Interesting to see what kind of tactics he'll use from that inside position because he does have some natural speed. Exacta Try is super offered in today's final race of the card. You got about 5 minutes to post, and they're about to go on the racetrack. We scratch the 8, Captain of My Heart.
Coming on the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes, scratch the 6, leading the post parade number 2, G. Munning and Michael Davila Jr. Number 3 is Limit Up and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 4, Don Antonio and Luis Perez. Number 5 is Breaking Stones and Jeremiah Flores. Number 7, Father Walsh, Chris Russell. And number 8, Max Foster, Oscar Gomez. And number 1 is Monomoy Beach and Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few. Monday's program is available for download for free at fingerlakesgaming.com. And of course, if you're on track and want to come out for simulcast action the rest of the week, you can do so as well. 2 minutes to the 8th and final. Approach the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go 5.5 furlongs. Condition claimers, 2 horses taking the vast majority of money. Number 3, Limit Up at 4 to 5. 2 to 1, number 5, Breaking Stones. Breaking Stones, the next to come forward. Father Walsh and Max Foster still behind the gate. 1 out. Max Foster. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's G. Munning who's hustled out for the lead. Monomoy Beach towards the inside. It's Limit Up, 3 wide, only a half length off the lead in a joint second. Max Foster, 4 wide, fourth, 3 lengths. Breaking Stones in fifth. Then 2.5 lengths back to Father Walsh, who's out of last, and Don Antonio in the 8th and trailing position. Entry into the turn. G. Munning and Limit Up. These two hook up on the front end. Max Foster races in third. It's Father Walsh making a sustained rally outside in fourth. 4.5 off the lead. Passing Breaking Stones in fifth. 4 lengths to Monomoy Beach, who's 6 lengths in front of Don Antonio, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Limit Up and G. Munning first and second. Max Foster, pink cap on the outside. And then it's Father Walsh stand side. Breaking Stones is about 4.5 lengths off the lead in about a joint third as they run to the 16th pole. Limit Up and G. Munning first and second. Breaking Stones, Father Walsh third and fourth. In deep stretch, G. Munning and Limit Up. G. Munning wins close for second. Limit Up and Breaking Stones. Father Walsh fourth. 2357, number 2, G Munning first. G Munning is New York bred, 7-year-old dark brown gelding by Munnings out of To the Nines. Craig Benoit, the owner, Tim Murphy, the trainer, Michael DeVilla Jr., the winning jockey. Clark Brewster and Gold Square LLC bred G Munning. Monday programs for the Finger Lakes card available for download at fingerlakesgaming.com. $18.32 the winning mutual. Super $15.34. Pick 3 $37.80. Pick 5 5 of 5 $645.52. Double $53.86. Exacta $44.66. Pick 4 $332.17. Trifecta $23.17. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Wednesday. Next live racing date, as I mentioned, Monday, first post, 12:55 p.m. Eastern Time. We got that handicapping contest if you're on track. Free to participate, so get to handicapping in the next few days for the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. But for today, from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a great evening.